Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Eastern Daylight Time, that is. I'm Jennifer Nittoso, and you are watching Atlanta Flights live from Hartsfield-Jackson, the world's busiest airport. We have been at the mercy of the weather the last couple of days, so we are sneaking in a broadcast this morning, trying to beat the rain. Yesterday was very stormy here. I had hoped that after a morning round of storms, we would get a little lull before the afternoon storms kicked in, but that was not to be. It was just stormy all day long, and it cleared up finally around 6 o'clock last night, although some more storms rolled through overnight. My dog Ralph decided that being in the laundry basket is his new safe space during the sky blues. I might put a picture on Twitter because my dogs entertain me. I know at least to start we're going to be a little slim in the chat, but hopefully people are getting notifications and we'll be joining soon. And in the meantime, I'm going to talk about some planes. We are certainly not crazy busy this morning, but we've got a few flights teeing up for departure on the northern runways. We've got one on the way in right now. That is Delta Flight 2247 coming from Norfolk. That was a Boeing 757 that just rolled by in the distance there. You can see those dark clouds on the horizon. There is basically an east to west oriented line of showers and thunderstorms south, pretty well south right now of Metro Atlanta, more around the kind of Macon-ish area. And it's all along a stalled boundary that just kind of keeps meandering north and south. Waves of low pressure are coming across the boundary, makes for some unpredictable weather with the timing of those waves, and sometimes it's hard to just nail down exactly when those waves are going to come through. This is United Flight 2008 coming in from Chicago O'Hare. That is an Airbus A320. That flight coming in close to half an hour early. We've got one on approach right now. We've actually got two on approach. I don't know if we can see the southern one. The southern one is coming in from Seoul, Korea. But this is Delta Flight 2040 coming in from Omaha, Airbus A320. About 20 minutes early for Flight 2040. I popped on at one point yesterday, not live on YouTube, but to check out how the flights were doing. And I think it was after maybe round 2 of thunderstorms in the morning, and it was just the departures. It was a deep bench, friends. So many planes just waiting for takeoff. Got a little baby getting ready to go. Southern Airways Express, Flight 491, headed for Jackson. That is a Cessna 208B Grand Caravan. Touching down right now, that is Delta Flight 2186 coming in from Richmond. Sneaking in here about 3 minutes early on a Boeing 757. You see me looking down here, it's because I'm nerding out on my weather radar. Seeing if I can get you guys a decent shot of what the rain is looking like. Taking off here, this is Delta Flight 1316 headed to San Antonio. That is an Airbus A320. So the blue dot is the airport. And you can see off to our south, got some heavy rain. There are flood watches in effect west and south of Metro Atlanta. The bulk of the stronger showers and storms should stay to our south today, but heavy rain definitely a possibility here. I believe that is a private flight headed to the always sunny and pleasant not available, a Mitsubishi CRJ-100SE. That was American Airlines Flight 1283 buzzing by right there. That was an Airbus A319. We've got three or four planes on their way to the bend. First one making the turn. That is United Flight 1850. That is headed to Houston. Airbus A320. Oh, there you are. Hi, everybody. I had my iPad mini in portrait mode and I wasn't seeing any chats, but I just put you in, or I had you in landscape mode. Now that you're in portrait mode, I see that you are here and I don't have to just talk to myself anymore. Hello, Chris and Luke, Aviation 304, Courtney Marie Fowler, Sebastian. Did I get everybody? Hi. Surprise, morning broadcast. As I was saying earlier, potentially before you all got here, we have been at the mercy of the weather the last couple of days. And we ended up just having a bag doing a broadcast yesterday. That is United Airlines 1850 headed for Houston, A320. It was just stormy all day. And you know, I am near the airport, but I'm not at the airport. And there were a few times where it was storming here and not there, storming there and not here. But yeah, just not a good day for our team to be out shooting. This is JetBlue Flight 2714 headed, well, coming in from LaGuardia. coming in more than 30 minutes early. That is an Airbus A320. Yeah, that old boundary where all those showers and thunderstorms keep training in from the west for the time being, Courtney Marie, is to our south, but definitely making for some wet weather in your neck of the woods. Good morning, NextJet. Hello, Larry. This is Delta 2199 headed to the Ham, Birmingham. Boeing 737, scheduled for a 9:31 Central arrival. If you are new to our channel, kids, it's before 10 in the morning. I'm not necessarily my most articulate. I have Powerade to hydrate, loosen, pull myself together. If you are new to our show, please introduce yourself. Tell me where you're from. Tell me what your favorite flavor of Gatorade or Powerade is. You know, since the pandemic, sometimes Gatorade and Powerade have been really hard to find, and if you do find it, sometimes it's only one flavor, so you get what you get. So I've got red. It's fine. Fruit punch. I like blue, but I kind of got burned out on blue. Orange is not my thing. Nah. This is Delta 2687 coming in from Detroit. 32 minutes early. That was a Boeing 737. I saw that, humidziana. I got you. Yeah, it is humid here this morning, not as bad as yesterday. The temperature is relatively cool, so that helps. At Jen Nittoso Studios, it is 72 degrees right now. This is Southwest Flight 3504, headed to Houston, Boeing 737. Let's see what we have for the official temperature at the airport. 70 degrees, overcast skies. Winds out of the southwest. Five planes teed off for departure here. Courtney Marie Fowler. Is that a dancing, boxing pair? Whatever. Oh wait, is it a weightlifting pair? Either way, I'm up for it. Thank you so much for the $5 contribution. Very much appreciated, especially since we are a new show here. Delta Connection Flight 4977 coming in from Knoxville. 20 minutes early on that one. Mitsubishi CRJ-900LR. There's no rhyme or reason as to why I say all the numbers in that one, but not others. I don't know. It just rolls off the tongue. From New Zealand, Friday morning, yellow or green Powerade. I guess, is green like a lemon lime and yellow is lemon? Yeah, I've been following up on the El Nino. As of last week, it has officially started, according to NOAA and other weather organizations. This is Delta 2288 headed for Harrisburg, Boeing 717, scheduled for an 11:41 Eastern arrival. Larry Richards, Diet Mountain Dew. I am not a Mountain Dew person, but if you have been on any of the previous live chats, you will know that Diet Coke is my addiction. Pry it out of my cold, dead Gen X hands. I've got coffee in here right now, but before the morning is out, there may be a Diet Coke in one of my sippy cups. This is Delta Flight 945, headed for Vegas, Boeing 757. I am trying to be more disciplined with strength training. I don't love it, but I do it. So, weightlifting pair. That's a good one. I like it. 5 stars. No notes. Touching down right now, this is Delta Flight 2548 coming in from Chicago Midway. That's an Airbus A320. This flight is coming in over an hour late. Let's see what the conditions are at Midway. 68 degrees, overcast, it says. This is Delta Flight 874, headed to Boise. That is an Airbus A321. I see Matt White is in the chat. He's not a fan of Harrisburg, but we keep it very positive here at Atlanta Flights Live. So we're not going to bag on Harrisburg in the chat. No lack of 757s at Hartsfield-Jackson, Courtney Marie. So you'll see a few. Coming in right now, this is Delta 2132 from Memphis. Coming in 17 minutes ahead of schedule in a Boeing 737. Why are 757s your favorite? I'm always very intrigued to hear why people like certain airplanes. Taking off, Delta 774 to Seattle in a, here you go, Boeing 757. It's a 20-year-old plane. Expected in Seattle at 12:10 Pacific time. This is Delta Flight 1315 coming from Houston, Airbus A321. Touching down 1 minute early. Way to go, Houston. Luke says 777 or A350s. Yeah, I believe those are the heavies. That's what the kids tell me. I get it. The heavies are definitely cool. You know, if they come from overseas, they get special sound effects. Oh, I have loaded some more dumb stuff in my Spotify playlist for you guys too. Hopefully we'll get to use a little bit of it today. Baggage disco there. Luke, what are you doing up at 2 in the morning? Actually, I woke up at 4 this morning, Eastern time, and could not go back to sleep. Finally, somewhere around 6, I nodded off again for a little bit. Do you know what I did between that 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. wakey? Not gonna lie, I did check flight radar to see what the flights are doing. So I officially have the sickness, I guess. I also checked the radar multiple times. And I played Spelling Bee on the New York Times website, which I am a little obsessed with, a little bit. I get very angry if my genius streak gets interrupted. Farming course assignment studying. So are you still up from the night before, which for us is tonight? Or are you up early? I'm guessing you're just still up from the night before, which I also 100% get, because I am definitely a night owl and I could stay up to 2 or 3 in the morning, like for no good reason, any day, anytime. I really have to force myself to go to bed early. All right. Thought I saw a banana. Where did it go? Oh, we do have a Frontier flight taking off. Oh, the bananas are at the gate. That Frontier flight has Kenai the beluga whale livery. We didn't get a great shot of it, but I've got a close-up picture on my screen here, and it is beluga-y. That is headed to Ontario, Frontier Flight 2349, Airbus A320. Fare thee well, Kenai. I hope I'm saying that right. Do what you gotta do, Luke, right? Ring, ring, ring. Delta flight. Oh, no, that's not Delta. Where are you? There you are. Spirit. Flight 962. Coming in from Houston on one of the southern runways. That's an Airbus A320. Once upon a time, in a land far, far away, El Paso, Texas, I worked at a TV station there. And my news director used to play that over the newsroom speakers, but like a sped up, crazy version of it. Really for no reason. There wasn't something particular, like a Spirit flight arriving or departing, that made him do it. I think he just did it to like perk us up every once in a while. He would also do peanut butter jelly time, I believe. Always makes me think of him. If you are new to the chat, yikes, Powerade time. Don't be shy. Introduce yourself. Tell us where you're from. And tell me your favorite color hydration liquid. It doesn't just have to be Powerade or Gatorade. I know there's other stuff out there. I just can't think of the names of them. Oh, I was just turning the volume down, and apparently I don't even need to. We might have another. Nope, I'm just delusional. All right. Northern runways have a whole bunch of flights stacking up. They are not near the bend yet. They are in the dugout, possibly at the concession stand, maybe in the parking lot. We do have one coming around the bend. Bryant Tucker has entered the chat. Good morning, Bryant. Jeff Walker, first time viewing from West Central Florida. West Central Florida. So would that be... Don't tell me. Don't tell me. All right, I'm going to have to look. I spent a couple years in Fort Myers. I was trying to be clever and come up with a guess for a town or a city, but I'm coming up a little short. I would again caveat 10 in the morning, which is certainly not early, just early for me to be making the talky talk out of my face parts. It is 10:12 here at Hartsfield-Jackson, the world's busiest airport. Crystal River, oh man, I was never going to get there. I have heard of it, but I was definitely not going to get there. So our first timers, this is only our 5th live broadcast together. We are a new show. As far as I know, we are the only show coming from Hartsfield-Jackson with color commentary, if you will. This is Delta 2465 headed to Albany, Airbus A320, scheduled for a 12:14 arrival Eastern in Albany. Hey, good morning to our moderator. I know we are doing stuff on the fly right now because the weather gods have not been kind the last 24 hours. So thanks for coming in, keeping things friendly. Much appreciated. This is Delta Flight 1617 coming in from San Antonio. Touching down 11 minutes early, Airbus A321. If you are a Delta junkie, Bryant, you have come to the right place, for sure. I am sure you know, but perhaps for any of our international friends out there, this is a Delta hub, the Delta hub. So it is Delta Palooza here. This is Delta 2400, headed to New Orleans, Boeing 757. Another Courtney plane. I don't know if you prefer Courtney or Courtney Marie. I like them both. Brian, do you live in Greensboro? Are you Greensboro adjacent? Richard Spreckley coming in from Liverpool. Hey Richard, this should be like a decent time for you, right? Tim Brown checking in. Tim Brown, I did my best. Tried to stick around for it. Couldn't make it happen. But hopefully we'll catch the next one. This is Delta Flight 817. Touching down 25 minutes early. Coming in from Denver. An Airbus A321. And then taking off Southwest 163. Headed to Midway, Boeing 737 MAX 8. That's another one where I like to say the whole name of the plane. It sounds like a badass plane. MAX 8! Arrgh. For our new friends, don't forget to like, subscribe, and most importantly, turn on those notifications because real talk, this is Delta Flight 586 headed to Cancun, Boeing 757. The weather pattern is very unsettled for the next week or so. I think we're going to get a little bit of a break tomorrow and Saturday, and then things get very busy again, very unsettled again. So, we will schedule our lives, but then we may have to cancel them, and then we will do our best to reschedule them as far in advance as possible. So if you put your notifications on, you will know what the haps are. You can also follow me on Twitter, totally wild handle, at Jennifer Nittoso, right? And I will do my best to keep you guys in the loop with changing schedules. This is Delta 2543 headed to Rochester, Airbus A320. That is Rochester, New York. This is a Delta connection, operated by SkyWest. Flight 3949 to Montgomery on a Mitsubishi CRJ-900LR. This is United Flight 320 headed to DC. It's a Boeing 737. 72 degrees right now at Dulles. Cloudy skies. Winds out of the northwest. Touching down, Delta 870 from LaGuardia, 10 minutes early. That's an Airbus A321. Simply Bespoke has entered the chat. Thanks so much for joining us from the UK. We are a news stream. Glad you could stop by. Not quite tandem, Courtney Marie, but we do what we can. Simply Bespoke Travel. Did I miss travel before? I think I did. What part of the UK are you in? You don't have to give me your address, anything. Ooh, oh, Boise's. Jenny's favorite planes. I don't know why I'm referring to myself in the third person. That was Wolf livery. It's third in line for takeoff. Hopefully we'll get a little tighter shot on the wolves. First in line here, this is Delta 2775. It is headed for Minneapolis on an Airbus A321. Scheduled for an 11:35 Central arrival. Wheels up. There was a whole lot of lightning here yesterday. I should have taken a screenshot of my lightning tracker. And the thunder was very loud. And my dog Ralph spent some time doing his new sky booms abatement protocol, which is climbing into a laundry basket apparently. Okay, look at that. What a beauty. Oh, my photog. Getting a nice tight shot of the wolf for me. That is Manteo, maybe Monteo. I think it's Manteo, the red wolf livery. That's Frontier 1698 headed to Cincinnati. Airbus A320. Aww. I love my animal liveries. Looking at a 10:09 Eastern arrival for that A320 in Cincinnati. It is also 72 degrees at Cincinnati Northern Kentucky International Airport. It is 72 degrees everywhere, apparently. Good morning, Lewis Morrison from the west coast of Scotland. Welcome back to the chat, Doug Robinson from Edmonton. This is Delta 1432 headed to Dallas, Airbus A319. Simply Bespoke Travel is based not far from Windsor, currently enjoying easterly Heathrow arrivals in the garden. Huh, that sounds nice. Nimrod Greeny, has Korean Air arrived yet? I think so. There was a flight that came in from Seoul on the southern runways, like within the first few minutes of us going live. So unless there is another flight from Korea coming in, which I kind of doubt, but I certainly don't have the arrival schedule memorized. I think you missed it. I'm sorry. Delta 406 headed to Bozeman, Boeing 757. It is 52 degrees at Bozeman this morning. Local time there is 8:26. Andrew checking in from Jamaica. Good morning. Hope you're getting nicer weather there than we are here. It is quiet for the moment, but yesterday was very stormy. Getting ready for the go-ahead here is Delta 995, headed to Denver. Airbus A321. 64 degrees this morning in Denver. Hot and sunny in Jamaica. $9.95, wheels up. Kelly D has entered the chat from Oregon. What is up, Kelly? Which part of Oregon? I have only been to Portland and kind of the surrounding area, but I loved it. Would love to visit again. I see a banana on the other side of the bend. Not getting too many of my dumb sound effects in this morning, so it's banana phone or bust. Delta Connection, Endeavor Air, Flight 5520 headed to Shreveport on a Mitsubishi CRJ 900LR. Maybe that one needs a sound effect. for some music since I inexplicably enjoy saying all of the numbers and letters for that plane. If you are new to the chat and you have not done so already, I would love for you to introduce yourself, tell me where you're checking in from, and tell me your favorite color of hydration liquid. I am hydrating over here with Powerade Fruit Punch. Honestly, I don't love these drinks. They're very sweet. They kind of give my mouth that like, nah, feeling after a while, but gotta hydrate. And I am not a fan of coconut water. I wish I was. The coconut water, it's just not for me. This is Delta 2023 coming in from Minneapolis, touching down 15 minutes early in a Boeing 757. Kelly is from the rural Eugene area. Oh, here we go. Still have it queued up. Spirit Flight 233 headed to DFW, Airbus A320. Courtney Marie, we have two different photographers who support USA Livestream out at Hartsfield. Their names are Maji and Sierra. So it is either or. Oh wow, we got a whole lot of departures stacked up. Lemon Perfect. Tell me more. That was 2420 coming in from Nashville that just flew by. But now we got a baby. Private flight. Headed to Dallas in a Dassault Mystere Falcon 900B. Once again, I would like to say these tiny planes with their very long plane names. They amuse me. That one's going to Love Field in Dallas. Purple Vimto cordial sounds suspiciously like alcohol, which I am not opposed to in the least, but it is 10:33 in the morning here. Welcome back, Aaron L. Dita Kreutzberger. I don't know why I said it like that. Good day in Hamburg. Thanks for joining us. Louis Bale coming in from Tucson. Happy to have you all in the chat this morning, especially since this is Delta 2398 headed to Louisville, Boeing 737. Since we're kind of doing lives on the fly here because we are having unpredictable weather in Atlanta. I think the airport is taking advantage of the quiet right now and jamming everybody down the runway. This is Delta 501 going to LAX. It's a Boeing 757. Oh, that's nice, Courtney Marie. Purple Vimto cordial. I don't know if we can get those here. Is it grape? Is it grape flavored? No judgment, but grape flavored things are not for me. Unless it's wine. Delta 2700 going to Knoxville. Airbus A319. Wheels up there. That's Delta 2908 headed to Kansas City, Boeing 757. Courtney Marie, your dad is flying out this morning. Tell us which flight. Hopefully we can catch it. I see a Frontier plane with Rocky the saw-whet owl. We have owls in my backyard, and they are chatty. Like 9 to 11 p.m., they have a lot of thoughts and feelings. This is Delta Connection, SkyWest, flight 4151, headed to Charleston on a Mitsubishi CRJ 900LR. Scheduled for an 11:44 Eastern arrival. Here comes Rocky. Frontier flight 455, headed to Denver. Airbus A320. I'm trying to come up with some sort of who joke to put in here, but I don't really fire on all cylinders until about 1 p.m. Who also loves the fun livery on Frontier. It's best I got. Best I can do. Dennis McLeod checking in from, am I going to say it right? Albury, Australia? Albury? Hopefully it's one of those. Only my dogs are on Instagram. The social media platform where I will be active for Atlanta Flights Live is going to be Twitter until it explodes. This is Southwest Flight 806, headed to Omaha. That was a Boeing 737. I wish you guys could see it on the southern runway. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 planes waiting for takeoff, and they are practically nose to tail. Yes, we are focusing on the northern runways today, and we have been, but we won't always be. We will set up on some other runways as we move forward with the show. We are equal opportunity runway embracers here. Delta Flight 1563 headed to Chicago O'Hare, Boeing 757. Albury, woohoo! Thank you, Dennis. Much appreciated. Dennis and friends who are new, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on those notifications. I know for some of you who've been here since first thing this morning are getting tired of my redundancies, but the weather has been unpredictable in Atlanta. So we schedule shows and then sometimes we have to reschedule and sometimes we have to bump and sometimes, surprise, we're on at 9:45 in the morning. So keep those notifications on and you will know when to catch us. This is Delta Flight 1941 to Puerto Vallarta, Boeing 737. Wheels up there. I will 100% absolutely give away my age here by saying that when I was a kid, Puerto Vallarta seemed like the most luxurious destination because that is often where the Love Boat went. Oh man, did I love me some Love Boat. Love Boat, Fantasy Island, Saturday nights. That was the highlight of my week. This is Delta Flight 822 headed to Detroit, Boeing 737. "68 friends in the chat now. Thanks so much for joining us for our on the fly honk honk live stream this morning. If you're new, don't be shy. Tell me where you're from. Tell me what time it is where you're from, if it's not domestic. Or, you know, Northern Hemisphere, I'm pretty good on the time zones. Decent for Europe, other places, not as much. And tell me, how do you feel about fruit punch flavored electrolyte drinks? I am halfway through this one. I don't know how much more I'm going to get down before I just give in and go get a Diet Coke. Private plane headed to, oh, okay. Headed to Rome. Oh, wait a second. That's gotta be Rome, Georgia. Premature air coronation. Because, duh, that plane is not going overseas. I did say that I don't fire on all cylinders. You guys, I think I need the Diet Coke. I don't fire on all cylinders. Please, just Control-Alt-Delete the last 60 seconds. Thank you. Have a nice day. Delta 443 coming in from Kansas City. It's a Boeing 757. Coming in 22 minutes ahead of time. Oh, I am cloaked in shame. Robert, I'm just not going to butcher your last name because I feel like it could go a couple different ways. Coming to us from Halifax. Cool. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, Nimrod, I told you. There's going to be a giveaway. Fortunately, the youngsters in the chat I'd have to do some Googling to figure it out. This is Delta 2723, headed to Salt Lake City, Airbus A321. I know, Chris, I know. Control-Alt-Delete. Cloaked in shame. No cylinders firing. One cylinder. How many cylinders are there in my engine? Landing, Delta 540, coming in from Boston. Departing, Delta 2042, headed to Memphis, Boeing 737. Liquid IV, is that like a powder tube thingamabob, moderator? And if yes, what flavor? This is Delta 1444 coming in from Philadelphia, Boeing 757. Slated for an 11:02 arrival, so touching down early. All right, I can't take it anymore. I have to get a Diet Coke. BRB, talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. Okay, thanks for bearing with me, folks, while I get my sweet, sweet nectar of life. Did I miss anything good? All right, Courtney Marie, we're on the lookout for that. Should be momentarily. This is a FedEx feeder operated by Mountain Air Cargo, flight 8971, coming in from Memphis. Coming in a little late. That is an ATR 72-212. Now, granted, only our 5th live stream together, but that was a first for me. Hello, Joshua LeClaire. Robbie, welcome back. Rick W, checking in from Vero Beach. I'm so glad you found us. We are new, so don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on those notifications. Courtney, Marie, and Josh, we started last week. 1 week ago, actually. Our first live broadcast together was last Thursday. Today is broadcast number 5. We were slated to do some time yesterday, but the atmospheric powers that be had another plan for us. Look, you guys. Diet Coke in my favorite pink sippy cup. I like instantly feel better. It is terrible. I know I have a serious Diet Coke addiction. I mean, but really, there are definitely worse things to be addicted to. Thank you, Joshua. We appreciate it. We're new, so we're building our audience. It's important that you tell your friends. Post about it on social media. Talk about it with your dog. Tell your dog to tell his or her dog friend, and then that dog friend to tell their humans. This is American Airlines Flight 2039, coming from Chicago O'Hare, touching down a little over 20 minutes early. That is an Airbus A319. Still boarding, okay. Courtney, he's a departure, right? Who is the host of the show? Me. I'm the host. My name is Jennifer Nittoso. I live in Metro Atlanta. I am coming to you from my studio. Our camera person is Renaissance Hotel adjacent, shooting the runways on the north side of the airport, though we sometimes catch a few coming in on the south side of the airport. I usually do my station identification at the top of the hour because I used to work in radio and old habits die hard. This is Delta 1641 headed to Houston, Airbus A320. Wheels are up there, 11:10 Central arrival expected. I have a friend who is about to move to San Diego. She just graduated from the Customs and Border Patrol basic training and is getting stationed or assigned to the port of entry there, which I now know is the busiest port of entry in the U.S. That is Delta Flight 324 going to San Francisco. That is a Boeing 767, which I believe counts as a heavy. Right, kids? I see we are up to 79 people in the chat. Don't be a lurker. Introduce yourself. Tell me where you're from. Tell me what time it is if you are from abroad. Tell me what is your morning beverage of choice. So much better. Got a little bit of a lull here on the departures on the northern runways. Landing now is Delta 1438 coming from Detroit, Boeing 737. Caden has entered the chat. Hi, Caden. Courtney, I try to be, but I've always been a night owl, ever since I was a kid. For a long time when I worked at the Weather Channel, I had to go to work at like 3:30 or 4:30 in the morning. It was brutal. People I worked with when I first started working there, oh, you get used to it. Lies. I never got used to it. I've spent the last 9 years since I left trying to put deposits in the sleep bank ever since. Super Ken, good morning. Blueberry coffee, I'm interested. New Jersey, my home state, so tell me which part. Okay, starting to see some action on deck and in the bullpen. A couple planes are approaching the bend. One is headed from Milwaukee, one to Columbus. North of Paramus. Okay, cool, cool. I grew up near the beach. Not on the beach, near. I could ride my bike to it. Near Long Branch and Asbury Park. I very much miss the beach. The beaches here in Atlanta, not great. This is Southwest Flight 591 coming from Baltimore. That is a Boeing 737-8H4. Touching down 16 minutes early. Oh, thanks, Joshua. You're too kind. 894 is pinging. Making the turn here is Delta 1281 headed to Milwaukee, Airbus A321. I am looking for 894, but I'm not finding it. But I'm sure it's user error. Diet Coke time. Delta 1281 to Milwaukee, Airbus A321, 11:56 central arrival expected. This is Delta 2200, headed to Columbus, Airbus A320. I see it now. 894. 1, 2, 3, 4 flights back. And it's going to take off from the northern runways. I think we need a song for when somebody in the chat knows somebody on a plane. I think I got something. This is Delta 1331 headed to Pittsburgh. That is a Boeing 737. This is American Eagle 5073 coming in from Charlotte on a pew pew Mitsubishi CRJ 900LR. That's our flight to Pittsburgh. Wheels up. haven't missed it. 894 is third plane in line for departure behind the banana. This is Delta 1305, headed to Nashville, Boeing 737. I don't know if I'm saying this right. Is it Junia or Unia? When is your flight coming in? This is 1305 to Nashville. Scheduled for an 11:07 Central Time arrival. Aircraft Explainer has entered the chat to do half my job for me. No complaints. Guys, we haven't missed it yet. 894 hasn't taken off yet. Oh, well. That might be a little harder to find on the radar than Junia or Unia. Next up, Spirit Airlines Flight 1361, headed to Las Vegas, Airbus A319-132. Hello, Rob Blackman. Thanks for joining us again. (12:10) Pacific Time arrival expected for Spirit 1361. All right, here we go. This is Delta Flight 894 going to San Diego with Courtney Marie's dad on it. It's an Airbus A321. This is the best I could do on the fly. Oh, on the fly. Wah, wah. Courtney Marie's dad on Delta Flight 894 to San Diego. Airbus A321, scheduled for a 12:25 Pacific arrival. Atlanta Airport Aviation, we have two different photographers who shoot live for us near the Renaissance Hotel. So technically not on airport grounds, but very close. Thanks for popping in, Atlanta Airport Aviation. I see we are up over 100 people in the chat, newbies especially. Let me know who you are, where you're from, what your morning beverage of choice is. I'm trying to acknowledge everybody who is in the chat, but if I missed you, say hi again. I do know the location, Atlanta Airport, Aviation, but that information is classified. Oh, aircraft explainer. I already got you, but I'll say hello again. What time is it where you are right now? Howard, bopping in from Yorkshire. Milk, no sugar. I agree. For most of my teas, and I like tea, milk, no sugar. Thank you, Joshua. I think you're great too. Hello to T. Craig. Thanks for joining us. Aircraft explainer, how could you know that from looking at the booty of the plane? Vaughn Taylor coming to us from Stone Mountain. Hi, neighbor. I mean, relatively speaking, Metro Atlanta neighbor. Paolo says Magnifique. Thank you. Thanks for joining us on Atlanta Flights Live. It is 11:16 EDT. The temperature is 73 degrees at Hartsfield-Jackson. Wind is out of the west at 9 miles an hour. Skies are overcast. Now is the time when Weather Nerd takes a look at the radar, see what's going on. For the time being, rain is staying well to our south, which is good. Yesterday, very stormy. Ended up having to cancel the broadcast, cancel the live stream. Well, aircraft explainer, fine. I guess that's a good answer. Have you liked? Have you subscribed? Have you turned on notifications? Make sure you do, so you always catch us. Our plan is to do live streams several times a week. However, occasionally, possibly more than occasionally right now, Mother Nature is going to intervene, as she did yesterday. All things being equal, weather allowing, planning to come to you tomorrow afternoon in the 3 to 6 Eastern range for a little Friday afternoon madness. Taking off now, this is Air Canada Express, operated by Jazz Hands Aviation, Flight 950, to Toronto in a Mitsubishi CRJ 900LR. How long will I be on today? Heavy's early afternoon, I hope. Let's see, we started around 9:45, so 1 o'clock-ish, I'd say. but I will check with my photog, see how they're doing out there. Delta 1308 going to Huntsville. Quickie. Boeing 717. Leaves at 11:15. Arrives 11:10 Central Time. Well, I guess it leaves at 11:20 technically. Scheduled to leave at 11:15. Over an hour, there will be a Delta from Amsterdam as well as from Paris. Yeah, we should be around for those as long as they're running on time. Touching down now, Delta 648 coming from Asheville. Wheels down 21 minutes early there, Boeing 717. Rick W., I used to work with Jim Cantori a little bit at the Weather Channel. He's a great guy. I love Jim. If you haven't already seen it, there is a video somewhere on YouTube of him in a heavy snowstorm where there was some thunder snow several years ago now. Worth a watch. You know who else are in trouble? They come to town as Mike Seidel. I don't know of any other human being on Earth who loves to get blown around in a storm like Mike Seidel. This is Delta 2220 going to Pensacola. Boeing 737 there. Yeah, I'm sure he has, Rick. Yeah, that thunder snow video. Awesome. Delta 1688 coming from Albuquerque. Boeing 737. Wheels down 33 minutes early for that flight. Kevin Kasim, I believe you've been here before. Correct me if I'm wrong. Hi, how you doing? Oh, I bet you were. Where exactly was Timmer yesterday? Welcome to the party, Evelyn. We are a relatively new stream. We started a week ago, so this is stream number 5. I'm your host, Jennifer Nittoso. We are live from Hartsfield-Jackson. Moderator, yeah, Alabama was getting so lammed yesterday, along with us, but they were definitely, I think, seeing more severe weather, getting more severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings, although we definitely got some here, but south of Metro Atlanta. Wow, Atlanta. Wow, Mark G777. Welcome to Atlanta Flights Live. We are new. Delta 2161 coming in from Charleston. Boeing 737. Up to 107 people in the chat, which is nice to see because, as I mentioned earlier, this morning's stream was on the fly. Honk, honk. Since weather intervened yesterday, wanted to make sure we got a stream in today while the weather is quiet. Not as busy as, say, later in the day on a Thursday, but, you know, making it happen, doing our best. Courtney Marie, thanks for joining us. And thank you again for the super sticker, little weightlifter, which I need to do when I finish up here today. Ugh. Watchdog, moderator, it sure was. Our little secondary tornado alley down here, which is often very active in November and February. Oh, Kevin, you are very generous because the hair is not at its peak today. But it was early and I didn't want to fight with it, so it's... I'm also overdue for a haircut. True story. Delta Flight 1892 coming in from Lexington, Boeing 717. A couple of months into the pandemic, I just shaved it all off. Legit. I mean, I didn't go completely bald, but with clippers on the shortest clipper setting, hair went from approaching shoulder length to very short, and it has been short ever since. Town Star checking in from Stuttgart. Hey. Hey, Tim Redmond. New friends, don't forget to like, subscribe, and
audio, check your audio.
I just realized I had my microphone muted. I'm not quite sure for how long. Hopefully not very. Good morning, Doros, checking in from Cyprus, I believe. Matt K coming in from Sacramento. Oh, is our Amsterdam plane coming in? Hello, USGS National Unscrewed Systems Office. This is Delta 1622, headed to the pass, El Paso, Boeing 737. Delta 2473, headed to Chicago Midway, Airbus A320. Coming in, Delta 1251 from Norfolk. Boeing 757. Coming in 15 minutes early. And taking off. Delta 457 to LAX, Airbus A321. 5 planes in and around the bend right now. of a twofer there. Taking off, Delta 1637, headed to Tucson, Boeing 737. And the one we just saw land right behind it was Delta 2817 coming in from Jackson. That was a Boeing 717. Delta 1771 headed to Toronto. Airbus A320. 1210. I don't think that's happening. Was scheduled for a 10 a.m. takeoff and a 12:10 landing. I don't think they're going to make that. Richard, we had a couple earlier. If you go back and watch the stream after the fact, you will see me or hear me be an idiot about one particular private flight and remain cloaked in shame. This is Delta 319 headed to Santa Ana, Boeing 757. Caffeinated Misfit, we've got Fulton County Airport, we've got Cobb County Airport, we've got Peachtree DeKalb, so there's a few. There's Dobbins, but we get a sprinkling of baby planes here at Hartsfield. Word on the street is it is crazy expensive for them to take off from Hartsfield, but I guess that is the preference for some of those planes. I don't know. I don't fly my private plane out of Hartsfield, obviously. It's an invisible jet, so really I can land it anywhere. This is Delta 9938 headed to Querétaro, if my high school Spanish serves me well. 72 degrees at Querétaro International Airport right now. That is a Boeing 717. Caffeinated Misfit, did you already tell me where you're from? You probably did. This is Delta 2072 headed to Destin / Fort Walton Beach, Boeing 737. Okay. East side to west side. Wheels up for our flight to Destin Fort Walton Beach. Central time there, 11:11 arrival expected. Quickie. AZ Panorama getting it done in the chat. Hello, Lucy and Will. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for liking and subscribing. Very glad you are here. Don't forget to turn on notifications so that you know when we are live. Because Mother Nature making things a little unpredictable around here right now. So sometimes we have to push or cancel, and sometimes we just jump in when you weren't expecting it. This is Delta 1704 headed to Austin, Airbus A321. I heard a new airline was starting up at ATL, Redway operated by Global X. Have I seen this yet? I have not. NextJet. Interesting. We'll see if I can find a little more info on that. To be fair, we've only been doing this live stream for a week, so we might have missed it. This is Delta 2777 going to Little Rock, Boeing 737. Well, caffeinated misfit, I guess that means the algorithms operated by our robot overlords are doing it right. I'm glad that's how you found us. In the bend here, Delta 592 going to Cancun. Sounds nice right about now. It's a Boeing 757. 12:50 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Expected in Cancun, because they apparently are sane in Cancun and don't do the daylight saving dance that we do here. Ooh, look at that. Hi. Hi, friend. Coming in. That was Delta Connection 5291 you just saw in the background. Coming from the Tri-Cities Airport. And that is in Tennessee. We were just following the flight to Cancun out. Caffeinated misfit. Depending on the flight pattern, sometimes I hear the planes too. Also, can hear Dobbins sometimes. And let me tell you, the week that the Blue Angels are here practicing, ugh, what a week. What a week every year. This is a FedEx feeder operated by Mountain Air Cargo, Flight 8971 going to Memphis. That is an ATR 72-212. Aw, what's your border collie's name? The Blue Angels will fly multiple times leading up to the air show here. Ugh, I mean, it shakes the house sometimes. Quasi Gray Jr., hope I'm saying that right. Looking for Atlanta plane spotting? Well, you came to the right place, friend. You are watching Atlanta Flights Live. We are live at Hartsfield-Jackson. This is Delta 2374, headed to Jackson, Boeing 717. Common Man, thank you for liking and subscribing. Glad to have you here. Let me know where you're from. If you're just joining us in the chat. Thank you, Gary. Appreciate that. Ugh, caffeinated misfit. That does not sound optimum. Quasi lives close to the airport, gets to see, and I imagine hear, lots of planes on their final approach. An A380. So I'm going to defer to some of my experts in the chat, because I don't know if they fly into here or not. Patrick Lloyd. Checking in from North Carolina. Which part? I ask in a friendly way and not a stalker way. Glad you found us. Delta 1177 coming in from Tucson, Boeing 737. Oh, thanks, Common Man. My name is Jennifer Nittoso. We've got live camera out at the airport and me talking with my face parts not far from the airport. 747-8 from Korean Air. High Point, North Carolina. Sweet. I enjoy North Carolina. I talked about this a couple of days ago. Hopefully none of you were here, so you don't hear the story again. But I was in Asheville last year, where I had quite possibly the best donut of my life. I heart donuts, like a lot. It's a problem. And it was from Stay Glazed. I think it was some sort of sweet curry donut. Ugh. Ugh. I hope I get to go back there sometime. A little slow here for the departures right now on the northern runways. Good time for me to do some dorky stuff. Like look at my weather radar. You're in luck. Still keeping things well south of the airport. It was a mess here yesterday. We didn't get a ton of severe weather, which is good, but we had a ton of lightning, lots of heavy rain, and it was just all day. Probably 3 separate clusters of storms came through in the morning, and then it was just on and off all afternoon. It really didn't clear up here until after 6 p.m. So we were planning to do a live stream yesterday, and it just did not happen. So we're making up for it today. I hope. Kevin, you are not the only one who enjoys the 757. We had another 757 fan in the chat earlier. I would love to know why the 757 is your favorite. This is Delta 2332 coming in from DC, Irvine team. Hi, Alicia. I believe you've been here before. Has it been dry up there this year? Right now on the north side runways, this is our only friend for the moment. Delta 555, headed to Las Vegas. Boeing 757, there you go. Larry Richards flew a 757 from DFW to Denver in the last millennium. LOL. This particular 757 is 19 years old. Larry, are you trying to trick me? Oh, hey, Courtney Marie, are you back? Where are the heavies? Atlanta Airport, Aviation. I don't know, I'm told that Those tend to come in more in the afternoon and evening, I'm told. I'm sure that isn't a strict rule, but 2 days ago when we were on from 3-ish to 6-ish, we got a few. This is Delta Connection, flight 5342 coming from Augusta in a Mitsubishi CRJ 701ER. Why is that not as fun to say as the other Mitsubishi CRJ? Because I'm a lunatic, maybe? Hello, Simon. Chiming in with a flying pencil alert. Next jet, yeah. I'm just glad that we were able to get this in today. Thunderstorms are supposed to start picking up late this afternoon. There is that stubborn boundary that has been sort of drifting north and south the last 36 hours or so. We've got waves of low pressure riding along it, and it is definitely making for some wet, unsettled, and somewhat unpredictable weather. This is Delta 710 coming in from Phoenix. That is an Airbus A321. Coming in almost 40 minutes ahead of time. Oh, missed my top of the hour by 2 minutes. Hello, I'm Jennifer Nittoso, and this is Atlanta Flights Live. We are a new plane spotting channel launched a week ago. It is 12:02. 73 degrees in Atlanta right now. We are live at Hartsfield-Jackson, the world's busiest airport. Winds coming out of the southwest at 11 miles an hour. Coming in here, this is Southwest Flight 3196 from Denver. That's a Boeing 737. Gary, the bad part is Mitsubishi never built any CRJs? What'd that mean? Are you saying like they farmed out the building to other companies? Hello, Unrestricted Climb. Next jet. Do you get this kind of weather this time of year? Definitely. I mean, we get thunderstorms, or at least the potential for them, almost year-round here. Basically from February to November. And we get little pops in February and November as the jet stream migrates north and south. And then, you know, from April on, strong storms, and, you know, April, May, June is when we tend to see a lot of organized severe weather. Meaning large systems, low pressure systems, fronts like the one we have now set up, not moving, mesoscale convective systems if you want to get extra nerdy about it. Whereas once we get into July and August, it's more kind of hit or miss thunderstorms. I'm not saying that no lines of thunderstorms come through. June is a very fickle mistress here in Atlanta. That was Southwest 3310 coming in from Chicago Midway. Because we can get what's called the wedge, or cold air damming, where high pressure or low pressure set up so that cooler air comes down the eastern side of the Appalachians, and it makes for cool, cloudy weather here, and it can be rainy for days at a time with temperatures well below average. And then when that system moves further east, boom, it's hot, sunny, humid. You know, so you might see high temperatures in the low 70s like we are now. And then a few days later, you're in the upper 80s. That was a very long, nerdy answer from ex-meteorologist Jennifer Nittoso. That is Delta 778 headed to San Francisco, Boeing 737. Hello, Mr. Mike. PA flyer. Yeah, if you tend to fly often, chances are you come through here, especially if you fly Delta. Larry Richards, I used to. I do not anymore. I was a weather forecaster in some small markets in Fargo, North Dakota, and El Paso, Texas. True stories. Then I worked at the Weather Channel for the better part of 9 years. Primarily, my job was in radio. I would occasionally do some on-camera stuff, but radio is probably 95% of my job. This is Delta 1850 coming in from Charlotte. That's a Boeing 717. Sneaking in here 8 minutes ahead of time. Hello, Avion Air 777W. Hi. Larry, you worked in TV production. Yeah, it is a very small world in TV news if you worked in news. I guarantee we probably have people in common. Hello to Natty and to Heiko. Hope I'm saying that correctly. Coming in from Minneapolis, this is Delta 1537. Touching down now, Airbus A321. 19 minutes ahead of schedule. Hello in Scotland, the Peacock strikes back. Yes, Alicia, for sure. I had actually worked at a TV station in Fort Myers and moved from Fort Myers to Fargo in February, where, if you took the wind chill into account, it was 100 degrees colder. True story. This is Delta 663, headed to Salt Lake City, Airbus A321, scheduled for a 1:58 Mountain Time arrival. Heiko, checking in from Germany. Which part? which part of Brazil are you coming to us from? Hey, Marion Harris. Sometimes hard to keep ahead of the chat and keep my eyes on the plane. So if I'm getting to you late or missing you, that's why. Happy to be here. Happy you found us. We have only been doing live streams together here for a week. This is stream number 5. So we're building the community here. PA flyer checking in from Reading. All right. How's the weather in Reading today? Common Man is in India. Cool, cool. Or maybe hot, hot. Rick W. U of F broadcasting major. 8 years of radio. Still on the ham radio. Cool. This is Delta 2934 headed for St. Louis. Boeing 737 wheels are up there. Sunny 73 in Reading. It is a cloudy 75 at Hartsfield-Jackson. Winds out of the southwest at 13 miles an hour. Thank you, Kevin. I did the weather for radio stations all over the country when I worked at the Weather Channel. I was on WABC in New York for several years. Used to pop into one of the morning shows in Jacksonville. I cannot think of the call letters off the top of my head, but they were a great crew. Really liked working with them. All right, we're a little slow here, kids. I'm going to step away for 2 minutes. Talk amongst yourselves. I will BRB. Burb. And we're back. Thanks for your patience. Alicia, yes, I do narrate audiobooks, all different kinds. Got a little twofer right there. Twofer on the south side, one of which was a Frontier plane with Juan the Puerto Rican parrot livery. Very sad that we did not get a close-up of that. This is Southwest 591, headed to Little Rock. Boeing 737 there. Atlanta is known as a city in the forest. We do have a lot of trees here. PA Flyer, I don't have a definitive answer to that, but we get a lot of flights in from Boston, JFK, Philly, DC on the northern runways, so I don't know what the split is, but we get a fair amount. And we are on the northern runways today. Short term, that's where we're going to be, but we are runway inclusive here at Atlanta Flights Live. And so as the show moves forward, we will get to some other runways. I stepped away for a moment, so if you entered the chat while I was gone and I missed you, please introduce yourself. Tell me where you're from. If you are not in the Western Hemisphere, tell me what time it is, where you're at. If you have a favorite airplane, tell me what it is and why. This is Delta 2542 headed to New Orleans. Wheels up on the Boeing 757 there. This is Delta 2556 coming in from St. Louis, Airbus A320. Quite a few planes right in the bend there. 4 to be exact. Maybe that's not quite a few. But a few. First up, Delta 467 headed for Denver, Airbus A321. Finally a chance to use a little music here. Banana phone getting a workout this morning. That was Spirit 1307 coming in from Chicago O'Hare on an Airbus A319. Getting ready to go. Delta 2899 headed to Birmingham. The Ham. Boeing 737 there. Ooh, excuse me. I meant to mute my microphone there and I didn't. My bad. It's Plain Sense. Welcome to the chat. Simon, welcome back. This is Delta 2901 headed to Minneapolis. That's a Boeing 737. Scheduled for a 1:50 Central arrival in Minneapolis. It's Plain Sense. Are you saying that Spirit is a butter plane? Or is there a different butter plane? Please let there be a different butter plane. Butter. Unless you guys know something I don't know. I don't believe Ryanair flies here. I'm not sure Ryanair could make that long of a flight. I've flown Ryanair. It was a very entertaining experience. I swear people came down the aisle wearing trench coats and they would open it up and ask you if you want to buy a watch. Alicia is asking if they have many go-arounds at ATL. I do not know the answer to that question, but I bet somebody in the chat does. Delta Connection, Flight 5460. Coming from the Golden Triangle, which is Mississippi. Not far from Starkville. That was a Mitsubishi CRJ900LR coming to us from the Golden Triangle. This is Southwest 3040 headed to Austin on a Boeing 737 MAX 8. I did fly on Ryanair from Mallorca to Dublin in 2018. It was a riot. It was like no flight I've ever been on before. People who are in Ireland, I'm sure they are used to Ryanair and it's no big deal, but it's like flying in a billboard. There's advertisements all over the plane. I'm not kidding. They sell perfume and other stuff in the aisles as you're flying. A Ryanair type of landing. I'm afraid to even ask what you mean by that. It's plain sense. Remember, we keep it friendly here at Atlanta Flights Live. We are a friend to all airlines. This is Delta Connection 4927 going to Mobile in a Mitsubishi CRJ 900LR. Here comes Delta Flight 2199 from the Ham. Scheduled for a 12:49 arrival, so sneaking in a little early. That's a Boeing 737. This is Delta Connection 3719, headed for Lafayette in a what? A Mitsubishi CRJ 900LR. This is Delta 602 going to Mexico City, Boeing 757. We still have a couple of 57 fans in the crowd out there. I think we do. 77 pleasant degrees in Mexico City right now. Winds coming out of the north-northeast at 4 miles an hour. 3,337 departures expected from Mexico City International over the next 7 days. Brought to you by Jen's Plain Nerd Facts. Jen's Plain Nerd Facts. Serving fans of Hartsfield-Jackson for 7 days and counting. I haven't noticed this before, but on my flight radar, an airport ground vehicle has showed up with absolutely no information about it. It's a little purple truck. If that's happened before, I have not noticed it. Hooterville Airlines. I cannot say that I have ever seen a single episode of Green Acres. This is Delta Connection 5328 coming in from Charlottesville on a Mitsubishi CRJ 900LR. You guys, why do I like saying that plane name so much? Why? Arriving here, Delta 2069 coming from Windsor Locks, Boeing 737. Scheduled for a 1:03 arrival, so almost a half hour early there. Simon, we are very Delta heavy, and we are at a Delta E time of day here. Tend to see a little more variety later on in the afternoon. But we are trying to stay ahead of the weather here today, which is why we're doing an earlier stream. Not wrong, Alicia. Delta 1154 coming in from Boston. This is an Airbus A321. Nice tight shot there. Touching down 12 minutes early. .70 degrees right now at Logan. Headed for the Bend, United, 422. Headed for Houston, Boeing 737 there. Richard, I know you are glad to be watching us pre-O Dark 30. But from an excitement point of view, at least at the end of the week, afternoons are more active, but trying to get it together to do some Monday morning streams, so those will be good for you. Hoping to mix it up so we have both morning, midday, and afternoon streams so that everybody gets a little piece of the action. Love to see people checking in from New Zealand and Australia. Coming to us from Germany and the UK. I think we had somebody from Kenya last week. Got our friends coming in from South America, so we want to mix it up as much as we can. But we are also a small operation, so Doing our best. This is United 422 going to Houston, Boeing 737. We might get a twofer here. This is Delta 8838 going to St. Louis, Boeing 757. And coming in, Southwest 3002 or 3002. I don't know, which is better in that case. Coming from Baltimore, that's a Boeing 737 that just landed. .757 is in the air. Three on deck here. First, American Airlines, 982. Nope, that's not right. My information on that plane. Okay, there we go. American 982 headed to DFW, Airbus A321. PA Flyer, a Cardinals sports charter. That's interesting. Do you know what time? This is Delta 452 headed for Seattle, Boeing 737. Hey Alicia, Chris has an answer about your go-rounds. I guess I'm gonna have to ask somebody to explain go-rounds to me. I could Google it. But I've got a few planes on deck, so somebody do me a solid. I mean, it sounds like it's self-explanatory, but just in case it's not. This is United 6246 coming from Houston on an Embraer E175 LR. Taking off, Delta 1934 to Louisville, Airbus A319. And a plane on a runway and a plane is landing. Can't have two planes on a runway at the same time. Yeah. Okay, that sounds bad. So I assume you're saying the plane on the way in has got to circle for a bit so that the plane on the runway can take off, so as to not smash into each other, which is bad. Okay. Looks like there's a couple different sitches that could cause the go-around. Touching down, Delta 433 coming in from LaGuardia, Airbus A321. Alexandra, or Alexander, I think it's Alexandra Batista, coming to us from Rio. Dave coming to us from Asheville. Oh, I'm so glad we're your favorite city. I don't think, but I don't know for sure. I don't think we have direct flights to Hawaii from Hartsfield. I think you have to fly through California or another western side of the country airline, but probably somebody in the chat knows for sure. Delta 2991 coming in from Little Rock. It's a Boeing 717, touching down 1 minute early. Yeah. Caffeinated Misfit is saying you gotta go through LAX. I myself have never been to Hawaii. Would love to visit sometime. Delta 558 going to Memphis. Boeing 737. What is it from LAX to Hawaii? Is that another, I'm going to guess 8 hours? Am I close? That was Delta 1927 coming in from Raleigh that just buzzed by there. Gearing up. Delta Connection 5341 going to Chattanooga in a what? In a Mitsubishi CRJ 900LR. Hi, Karen Gogarty. Hope I'm saying that right. Glad you like coming through Atlanta. PA Flyer says Delta 837 flies non-stop Atlanta to Honolulu. I stand corrected. LAX to Honolulu is 5:45. Well, it's not as long as I thought, but if you include a layover coming from Atlanta, that's like a 12-hour day of traveling. William Arnold leaves at 10:15 every day. That Atlanta to Honolulu flight. I stand corrected. Delta 2268 coming in from Dayton, Boeing 717, ahead of schedule. We've got 104 people in the chat. Welcome to our new friends. If you haven't already, I would love for you to introduce yourself. Tell me where you're checking in from. On approach here. Delta 1924 coming from Greensboro. Boeing 737. That was scheduled for an 11:55 arrival, so 55 minutes late on that one. Is it Louis or Louie? D. Lion, checking in from San Diego. Hey! Karen, coming at us from Florida. If you're new to us, please remember to like, subscribe, and turn on your notifications. The weather has been unsettled here in Atlanta. So sometimes we schedule streams and we have to cancel them. Not only because there ends up being ground stops, but also because we want to keep our photogs out at the airport safe. We do not want them anywhere near lightning as they are on an observation deck. Banana plane at the gate right there. Beast of Steel coming to us from Madison. Likes to fly to Tampa on Delta, usually through ATL. I have been to Madison once, and I ate my own body weight in cheese curds. Oh, so much delicious cheese. Vincent Rockefeller, coming to us from Dallas. Second favorite airport behind DFW. You just discovered this channel because it just became discoverable. We are a new show, started a week ago. It's our 5th live stream together. Oh, thanks for subscribing, Karen. We appreciate that. Very pleased to see 124 people in the chat right now. This is our first time doing this particular time slot, and it was kind of a game time decision. Been keeping an eye on the radar. Looked like it was going to be quiet for a few hours. Boom goes the dynamite. Here we are. All of my cultural references are dated. I'm sorry. I'm Gen X. Do what I can. Delta 2017 coming in from Greenville, Spartanburg. That is a quick flight, less than an hour. Boeing 717. Actually, is this right? They took off at 12:23 and they're landing at 12:53. Now that really is a quickie. Ascent, descent. Game over. WestJet 30. Fortunately for now, all of the shower and thunderstorm activity is well off to our south, unlike yesterday, where it was all up in our business all over Metro ATL. My lightning map is showing that the nearest lightning strikes to Atlanta are 114 miles away. So, southwest Georgia, North Florida, southern Alabama, getting all the action right now. This is Delta 803 coming from Cincinnati, Boeing 737. Is that Charlie Barons? Am I saying that right? I am not familiar. Alicia? I will have to check him out. Assuming Charlie is a him. Because Chicks can be named Charlie. I actually like the name Charlie for a woman. Immediately makes me think you're like a private eye. I don't know why certain names make you connect with a certain occupation. Probably because I listen to too many audiobook thrillers. This is Southwest 1016, headed to Oklahoma City, Boeing 737. We are coming up on the 1 o'clock hour. We're going to hang out a little bit longer. As soon as we get done with the live stream, I have to go exercise, and I really don't want to. So I'm going to procrastinate with you guys for a while longer. Little lull in the action here on both sets of runways. I'm always curious when this happens. Is it just coincidence, or is there maybe a shift change at the towers? If you are more knowledgeable than me on that subject, chime in the chat. Must be top of the hour, because here's my face parts. If you are just joining us, this is Atlanta Flights Live. All the arrivals and departures you can handle from Hartsfield-Jackson, the world's busiest airport. I'm Jennifer Nittoso. I'm your host. This is a new show. We've been on for a week. This is our 5th live stream together. Insert party noise here. I don't know what that was. Like, you know, one of those uncurl things. Party horn? I don't know. What do you call those things? .75 degrees now at Hartsfield-Jackson. Winds out of the southwest at 13 miles an hour. This is my Diet Coke. It's my best friend. Joins us for most of the streams. Tried to do Powerade this morning. Rough, you guys. Not because there's anything wrong with Powerade. Just Powerade, Gatorade, those electrolyte drinks in general. I find them very meh. But I was trying to hydrate so I could be nice and loose for you guys. This is Delta 560 coming from Phoenix. It's an Airbus A321. Expected at 1:49 p.m. but touching down right now 1:01 p.m. Courtney Marie likes the later streams. Don't worry, we'll do those too for sure. Wherever possible, we're going to do Friday afternoons, as long as Mother Nature does not intervene. I believe this is Delta 1318, I think. Show your face, my pretty. Delta 1318 coming from Dallas. Airbus A319. Was expected at 11:30 this morning, so about an hour and a half late for that flight. $100 in Sarasota, really? Is that heat index or real, not real, but actual temperature? Again, I could look it up. But you're here, so I don't have to. Ding! Chat's getting away from me a little bit. Let me catch up over here. Thank you, Joshua LeClaire. We are glad you're enjoying the show. We strive to be the #1 live arrival and departure show from Hartsfield-Jackson. I think we're #1. I think we're the only one. So, woohoo! #1. This is Delta 2952 coming from Indianapolis, Boeing 737. Coming down about 20 minutes early. Sometimes my chat iPad gets a little sluggish, and I gotta close and reopen, so if you see me looking down, that's what I'm doing right now. Okay, that's better. Yes, by all means, Courtney Marie, we must know what you had for lunch. Actually, I'm always game for talking about food. There is never a time where I don't want to hear about food. Almost never. This is Southwest 2787 coming from LaGuardia, Boeing 737, 5 minutes early. Got 2 planes getting ready to go and 1 on the way out. This is Southwest 1990 headed to Nashville, Boeing 737. Scheduled for a 1:05 Central arrival in Nashville. The few times I have been to Nashville, we have driven, or I have driven. So I don't think I've ever been to the airport there. Who's been to the airport in Nashville? Give me the 411. This is Delta 2951. Nope, that's a lie. 2951 is getting ready to go. This is Delta 1013 coming from Charlotte, Boeing 717. Coming in 22 minutes early. I am messing with my chat again. I have 2 iPads, a large monitor, my iPhone, and my watch all set up in here so that I can stay on top of all the things. Okay, this is Delta 2951 going to Detroit. It's a Boeing 737. I believe I spotted a banana behind it. Okay, here we go. Catching up a little bit. We're the #1 live plane show on the East Coast. I mean, I'm all for claiming that title, but just curious by what metric. Also, I assume you are talking about my hair, but it is blonde, not gray. You wound me. Obviously, I do not have any gray hair because I am so youthful, says the person who copped to watching Love Boat and Fantasy Island. You know, in its original seasons. Ooh. Frontier Flight 2350 featuring Carrie the Fisher livery. Carrie the Fisher. That's coming in from Ontario. It's an Airbus A321. there's our banana phone. That was Spirit 1175 headed for Cleveland, Airbus A320. Francisco, you're sort of late, but you're sort of not. This broadcast, this live stream, was done a little bit on the fly. Eye roll, pun intended. Because we were trying to get it in while the weather was quiet. It was very stormy here yesterday in Atlanta. It is expected to be stormy again later today. So I got up early this morning, looked at the radar, saw that all the activity was well south of Atlanta, and decided to hop on while I could. And we're going to stay on a little bit longer. But sooner or later, my voice is going to start to cry. And either I'll have to start drinking brown liquor, or we will have to end our, I'm sorry, I'm just dying because Rosie the river otter just came in. I love otters. Frontier Airlines Flight 152 coming from Cancun with Rosie the river otter livery. That was an Airbus A320. Eight screens, 2 tablets, 4 phones. Wow. That is a lot of screens. Coming around the bend, this is Delta 2206, headed to Lexington in a Boeing 717. Scheduled for a 2:04 arrival in Lexington. They are EDT, just like Atlanta. Francisco, how was Madeira? This is our Boeing 717 headed to Lexington. Got a couple more on deck. Thank you, Rick W. in Vero Beach, though I am technically not the moderator. I am just the host. But we appreciate you. Like, subscribe, turn on notifications. Laptop, Surface Pro, 4 tabs. I don't know. I don't know if that's the same as having 5 screens, or in our moderator's case, like 43 screens. But, you know, respect. You're in the game. Touching down here, coming in from San Francisco, this is Delta 690. Wheels down on this Boeing 737. 32 minutes early. windy in Madeira, but very slow traffic. All right. Delta 2078 headed for Kansas City. Boeing 757. We still got 57 fans in the chat, or have they all departed? Ah! I know, I'm the worst. Alright, got a handful of planes on deck here. First up, Delta 2361 headed for Omaha. That is an Airbus A320. If you are new to our humble little show, I would love it if you would introduce yourself, tell me where you're from. Tell me how the weather is where you're from. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Thought we were going to see a banana, but we are back at the bend now. Oh, Starlight coming in from Switzerland. What a nice handle, Starlight. How is it today in Switzerland? I have never been, would love to visit someday. Oh, Lambo. Hello from Finland. Hello back to you in Finland from Atlanta. Another place I have never been but would absolutely love to visit. I actually like to watch a lot of international shows from Norway, Sweden, Finland. I love my Nordic noir. It's been a while since I've seen one though. The Chestnut Man came out last year, and I can't remember if that was Norwegian or Finnish, but that was creepy. Like, super creepy. Good. This is Delta 1620, headed to Tallahassee, on a Boeing 717, banana in the background. It is warm and sunny here, 28 degrees Celsius. Are you going to make me convert to Fahrenheit? Assad, hopefully saying that right. Greetings from Pakistan. Awesome. Hello, back to you. This is Southwest 863 going to St. Louis, Boeing 737. So that's 82 degrees Fahrenheit in Switzerland today. Is that typical June weather for you, or is that on the warm side? To my new friends coming in from Europe and Asia here, I am an ex-meteorologist, so I will talk about the weather until the end of time, given the opportunity. This is Delta 2055 going to Fort Lauderdale, Boeing 757, wheels up, scheduled for a 2:13 arrival time. Oh, Chris, 104. Do you need a jacket? Chris is from Louisiana, where it tends to be a bit sultry this time of year. And actually, a lot of the time of the year. Unhealthy air quality in Madison. Is that smoke fire related or ozone related? That was Delta Connection that just touched down, coming in from Cleveland. Getting ready to go out of the bend here. Delta Connection 5387 in Montgomery. Ooh. Mitsubishi CRJ 900LR. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that, piece of steel. Smoke-related air quality. That is a glimpse of our future if we don't get our acts together. But I guess let's not get into that. Delta Connection operated by Endeavor Air for my Mitsubishi CRJ 900LR. Wheels up. 1:06 p.m. arrival expected in Montgomery Central Time. Oh, Simon, I imagine you are enjoying that nice Seattle weather. I mean, nice being relative, but cool in Seattle. Touching down, Delta 771 coming in from LaGuardia, Airbus A321, 10 minutes early. When it gets really hot in the south at the summertime, you just run from one air-conditioned place to another. Dave, I might be delusional or misremembering, but I swear we saw a 777 2 days ago come in. Somebody back me up who was with me, or am I imagining that? This is Delta 2990 headed to Jacksonville. That's a Boeing 757. Yes, right. Qatar/Qatar. Depending on who you ask. That's right. Pennsylvania Flyer. Nice memory. I can barely remember what I had for breakfast this morning. 1:50 arrival time expected for that flight to Jacksonville, although this flight is taking off about 45 minutes late, so I don't know if it's going to make it there in 24 minutes. This is Southwest 539 going to Columbus, Boeing 737. It is 73 degrees right now at Columbus John Glenn International Airport. Coming out of the bend, Delta 2622, headed to Knoxville on a Boeing 717. We might get a twofer. Yep. That is Delta 1405 coming in from Austin. That one's running over 2 hours late. That was an Airbus A321 coming from Austin. This is our 717 to Knoxville. India bought the Delta 777s. Interesting. Is it on the Googles why Delta retired them? Waiting to go. Southwest 2383 headed to Dallas on a Boeing 737 MAX 8. Coming in from Toronto, this is Delta 1183. Coming in 15 minutes early in an Airbus A320. That is a 31-year-old plane. Air France 777 scheduled for 1:40, which would have been great. But now 324. We are not going to make it to 324, I'm afraid, or I am not. Not unless you want to hear me turn into a raspy mess. That's Southwest 2383 headed to Dallas in a Boeing 737 MAX 8. We're going to go another 30 minutes, and that will be a wrap on Atlanta Flights Live today. Tomorrow, weather permitting, planning to do late afternoon commuter chaos. Oh, actually, we're gonna wrap at 1:45. I spoke too soon. So you get 15 more minutes of all of this. This is Delta 414 coming from Seattle. It's a Boeing 757 there. Close to 20 minutes early on that one. They got rid of them during COVID. No need for them because no international flights. Well, okay, but it's not like there were going to be no international flights forever, right, Chris? So the forecast for tomorrow is quiet. I should probably whisper so it doesn't hear me. It's going to be significantly warmer too. Partly sunny skies. Highs in the mid to upper 80s tomorrow. So, fingers crossed. We should be good for late afternoon tomorrow, Friday. Hi, it me. I'm the host, it me. If you are just joining us, I'm Jennifer Nittoso. This is Atlanta Flights Live. According to at least one person in the chat, the #1 arrival and departure show on the East Coast. By what metric, I still don't know. Or if they said I missed it. We are a new show. This is our 5th live stream together. We started a week ago today. World domination is our mission. We are live at Hartsfield-Jackson. We are near the Renaissance Hotel. So we are bringing you flights and departures primarily from the northern runways. That won't always be the case, but that's where we're at right now. Hartsfield-Jackson, considered the world's busiest airport. Diet Coke alert. Coming in from Greensboro, this is Delta Flight 2445. It's a Boeing 717. This is a Diet Coke in my yapper. Sweet blood of life. Delta most certainly does fly to Europe, Starlight. Lots of flights to Europe. Moderator? Really? Not a flyer? I like to travel. I have to take a fair amount of Dramamine before I get on a plane. I'm a very delicate flower. I am prone to motion sickness. If I drug up good, I'm fine, usually. Does Delta fly to Helsinki? I do not immediately know the answer to that. I could ask the Googles, but then I would have to look down a lot. And right now I'm blinking prettily into the camera. So somebody help me out. Tell me if we fly to Helsinki. We started doing direct flights to Iceland fairly recently, which I am very aware is not Helsinki. So I am thinking maybe not, but who cares? Here's a red wolf. I mean, I care, obviously, but Frontier Airlines, flight 1699 coming from Cincinnati in the Monteo, the red wolf livery. That's our second wolf this morning. That's an Airbus A320. Was scheduled for a 12:30 arrival, touching down an hour and 6 minutes late. I took one helicopter ride. That was tough. That was a tough one for me, moderator. Pennsylvania Flyer is saying code share with KLM. This is American Airlines Flight 980 coming from DFW, Airbus A321. Looks like it will arrive 2 minutes early. Hello, Jolly Jumper 747. Checking in with many, many pink high fives. Here they are, all back at you. Thanks for joining us today. We got a few in the bend. Chris says Delta flies to Helsinki from JFK. Okay. That sounds not wrong. First up in the bend, we're going to Melbourne. Sneaking up right behind it, that Southwest flight is going to Denver. I have not had to use the air horn once today, you guys. I almost caved and did it for a Canadian or a Mexican flight. Broke my own rules, or I would have. But I stayed strong. This is Delta 781 coming in from DC, Airbus A321. 46 minutes early. I see lots of hearts. Is that for using the air horn? Not using the air horn? Staying strong with the air horn? I mean, I'll take them. I will take those hearts any way I can. If you are new to us, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on your notifications so that you know when we are going live and you just don't miss a minute of all of this. Ding! Planning on a 3:26 Eastern Daylight Time stream tomorrow afternoon. For our foreign friends, we are in the same time zone as New York, Boston, DC, Miami, Charlotte. Should I keep naming cities? Probably not. I should stop, right? Oh, it's possible we're going to get a twofer right now. It's possible. This is Delta 1065 headed for Melbourne in a Boeing 717. Are we going to do it? Are we going to do it? Is it going to happen? Yes! That is Delta 639 coming in from LAX on an Airbus A321. We've had a lot of twofers today. Roman checking in from the Czech Republic. Checking in from the Czech Republic. See what I did there? Eye roll. Roman, we're going to finish up here in 5 minutes, so you have to be sure and come back tomorrow and catch Commuter Chaos, Friday afternoon shenanigans from Hartsfield-Jackson. CEO Pascal, yes, it is true. We are a new show. We've only been going live together here for a week. So you are getting in on the ground floor. I'm still going to extend OG status to anyone who comes to us in the next, however long I say, at least a week. Probably through June. June gets you OG status. What does OG status get you? I don't know. I'll figure it out. This is Southwest 3002 headed to Denver, Boeing 737. We got about 5 planes around the bend. You know when I slur, it's Diet Coke time. Yeah, 5 planes in the bend. This is Delta 2827, headed for Daytona Beach, Boeing 737. Thank you to everyone for being polite and respectful in the chat. That is much appreciated. We can talk about lots of stuff here, but you know, we're going to keep it below the freaky threshold. Please and thank you. We got a couple of minutes left here. Don't forget to like, subscribe, turn on your notifications. For those of you who've been with me all morning, I'm sorry for repeating myself. But we're a new show, so we got to build our viewership. Delta 426 coming from Austin, touching down 12 minutes early, and an Airbus A321. There's no A380 flight trips to Atlanta Airport. I'm sorry. I will talk to the airport and make them change their mind. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. I appreciate every single one of you. Truly. I have been just pleasantly surprised show after show to see how many people have been showing up so early in the game for our Atlanta Flights Live show. I'm going to stop saying show. This is probably going to be our last one here. This is Delta 1477, headed to Chicago O'Hare in a Boeing 757. Rolling out. (2:33 Central Time), arrival expected at O'Hare. Wheels are up. And that is it for today. Thanks for joining us. I'm Jennifer Nittoso. This has been Atlanta Flights Live. Come back tomorrow.